We have to make clear that governments exist to serve the interests of citizens and not the other way around.
Open government is a new way to think about collaboration around governance.
To me, open government means the ability to be a part of the change that you want to see.
현장에서 일하거나 그런 사람들의 의견이랑 그 정책이랑 또 어긋나는 부분이 있을 수 있으니까
직접 선택한 결과니까 자신이 더 책임을 지지 않을까 싶습니다.
내가 얘기해가지고 좋아질 건 없겠지만은 그래도 하고 싶은 말을 하면은 속이라도 시원할 것 같아요.
서민들의 현장 그리고 실생활 일부분들은 대의를 반영하지 못하는 부분이 분명 있을 것 같아서 충분한 의견 수렴이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
바빠가지고 이거는
그런 방법은 아직 접근하는 방법 잘 모르겠습니다.
우리 일상 속에서 찾아볼 수 있는 거의 모든 공공행정 분야가 바로 시민참여 영역이라고 할 수 있습니다.
저희 홈페이지를 방문하셔서 새로운 제안을 하실 수도 있고
일단 본인이 관심 있는 주제를 좀 조사하시면 관계가 있는 NGO들이 있어요. 그렇게 참여하는 방법이 있을 수 있고요. 또는 자기 속해 있는 지역의 지자체에 관심 있는 법이라든지 예산이라든지 이런 데에 참여하시는 분들 굉장히 많습니다.
What will it take to solve the biggest challenges of our time? What will it take to include everyone's voice in how decisions are made? We need an idea that's bold and ambitious, with people at its heart. That idea is open government. An open government is transparent, inclusive, participatory, and accountable. So governments don't just serve themselves, they work with citizens both in and out of government to develop smarter policies and improved services that make things better for everyone. And we all get to see how decisions are made, ask questions, and hold power to account. People like you are using the Open Government Partnership to create and implement thousands of initiatives that are transforming societies around the world. Open budgets and contracts are ensuring that money isn't lost to corruption. Having a say in public services has let citizens shape the communities they live in. Equal access to the justice system and public information is open to everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The potential of technology is harnessed while safeguarding against digital threats. And our fundamental freedoms are strengthened, letting us voice our needs and concerns safely. OGP provides a platform for reformers to co-create solutions, monitor progress, and share knowledge with peers across the globe. But for this to work, we need more reformers in government to open new doors, allies outside government to help find ambitious solutions, and partners around the world to support these efforts. We need you. Join us in building a better, more open world.
포용적 디지털이란 말 사실 처음 듣는 말인데
공부를 할 수 있는 방법? 세상을 조금 더 편안하게 해주는 것?
남녀노소 10대부터 90대까지 편할 수 있는 시스템이
디지털 혁신이라고 하는 기술과 방법과 절차들이 활용되는 것이 디지털 혁신에 의한 민주주의라고 할 수 있고요. 여기에서 포용적이라는 것은 국민 누구도 한 명이라도 소외되지 않고 모두 다 민주주의에 참여할 수 있도록 만들어준다는 측면에서 포용적 디지털 혁신이라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
조금 더 자세한 설명이 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
사용이 어려운 이유가 사용 방법이 익숙치가 않아서이기 때문에
쉬운 언어로 표현하는 게 좀 좋은 방법일 것 같습니다.
어르신들도 접할 수 있게 교육이 좀 필요하다고 생각합니다.
디지털 활용에 어려움을 겪고 계시는 국민들이 많습니다. 그런 국민들을 위해서 저희는 전국의 디지털 배움터 1000개소를 운영하면서 필요하신 디지털 역량들을 교육해드리는 사업을 펼치고 있습니다.
보이는 것, 다 알 수 있는 것.
거짓이 없어야 되고
사실대로 말하는 것.
맑은 신현별같이 다 보여지는 것을 말합니다.
교육이 가장 공정하다고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
우리나라는 임금 문제는 공정합니다.
블라인드 채용이 확대되고 해서 고용 쪽에서도 예전에 비해서 많이 좀 투명해진 것 같습니다.
약간 새치기 안 하는 거. 이런 거 해도 되나?
투명성은 명확하지 않은 것을 성공으로 바꿀 수 있습니다.
포장된 말을 하지 않고 원래 하고 싶은 말 하는 그런.
좀 일부러 숨기는 게 없어야 하지 않을까요?
The ideal standard first is that a lot more information can be shared than people think they can be shared. I think the information that certainly should be shared is about government operations.
부패 방지 정책에 있어서 국민이 참여하고 협력할 수 있는 민간 협의회 등을 구축하고 운영하여 온 것이라 생각합니다.
시민들의 의식과 눈높이, 그리고 정부의 노력, 그리고 IT를 비롯한 기술의 발전이 크게 기여했다고 생각합니다.
좀 자유롭고 숨기는 게 없는 그런.
국민들과 잘 소통할 수 있는 정부가 열린 정부라고 생각합니다.
열린 정부는 협력이다라고 생각합니다.
모든 국민들이 같이 할 수 있는.
다 얘기해주는 거? 투명하게 공개하는 거?
국민이 정책에 참여할 수 있는 정부가 아닐까요?
정부가 우선 국민들의 불편함이나 의견을 어느 정도 수용할 수 있고 들어줄 수 있는 그런 정부가 아닐까 싶습니다.
The goal of OGP is to renew democracy, so democracy delivers better results to citizens.
The Open Government Partnership brings together governments and communities representing over 2 billion people from across the world to ensure that governments deliver for their citizens.
It is to make governments more open, accountable, and responsive to its citizens.
Globally, open government is changing, though at a low pace in terms of how governments make themselves accountable and transparent to their citizens.
Around the world, reformers from both inside and outside government are pushing for changes that make governing more open.
Then together we will be able to build the kind of government we want.
결국 세상은 사람이 이끌어가는데 이 모두가 다 연결되어 있잖아요. 그래서 OGP에서 함께하는 그러한 시스템을 만든 그런 열린 정부는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
전 세계적으로 투명한 행정에 대한 시민들의 요구가 확산되고 있습니다. 이런 환경에서 OGP의 역할이 중요할 것이라고 생각합니다.
기후변화라든지 디지털 전환과 같은 전 세계가 공통적으로 직면한 문제를 해결하기 위해서 OGP가 반드시 필요하다고 생각합니다.
국제 청년들과 함께 연대를 형성하고 국내뿐만 아니라 국제적으로 청년을 위한 어젠다를 수립하는데 청년이 직접 목소리를 낼 수 있는 기회가 됐으면 합니다.
전 세계에서 많은 나라들이 우리나라의 열린 정부 정책을 벤치마킹하고 싶어하는 나라들이 참 많다는 것을 느끼고 있습니다. 자부심과 그리고 뿌듯함을 느끼면서 일하고 있습니다.
Korea has some great success stories in the anti-corruption, civic space and digital governance, and we want to hear them. So consider whose voices aren't being heard and get them involved because we want everyone around our table.
First, convene a strong global coalition for democracy to fight back against the rise of authoritarianism. The second role, which Government of Korea has already played, is it has issued a call to action for all OGP members to advance ambitious reforms to renew democracy through openness and citizen participation. First is an invitation for all Korean citizens to join the Global Summit. It's from December 15 to 17. The website is ogpsummit.org. Please register and join.
We have to make clear that governments exist to serve the interests of citizens and not the other way around.
Open government is a new way to think about collaboration around governance.
To me, open government means the ability to be a part of the change that you want to see.
현장에서 일하거나 그런 사람들의 의견이랑 또 정책이랑 또 어긋나는 부분이 있을 수 있으니까
직접 선택한 결과니까 자신이 더 책임을 지지 않을까 싶습니다.
내가 얘기해가지고 좋아질 건 없겠지만은 그래도 하고 싶은 말을 하면은 속이라도 시원할 것 같아요.
서민들의 현장 그리고 실생활 일부분들은 대의를 반영하지 못하는 부분이 분명히 있을 것 같아서 충분한 의견 수렴이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
바빠가지고 그런 방법은 아직 접근하는 방법 잘 모르겠습니다.
우리 일상 속에서 찾아볼 수 있는 거의 모든 공공행정 분야가 바로 시민참여 영역이라고 할 수 있습니다.
저희 홈페이지를 방문하셔서 새로운 제안을 하실 수도 있고
일단 본인이 관심 있는 주제를 좀 조사하시면 관계가 있는 NGO들이 있어요. 그렇게 참여하는 방법이 있을 수 있고요. 또는 자기 속해 있는 지역의 지자체에 관심 있는 법이라든지 예산이라든지 이런 데에 참여하시는 분들 굉장히 많습니다.
What will it take to solve the biggest challenges of our time? What will it take to include everyone's voice in how decisions are made? We need an idea that's bold and ambitious, with people at its heart. That idea is open government. An open government is transparent, inclusive, participatory, and accountable. So governments don't just serve themselves, they work with citizens both in and out of government to develop smarter policies and improved services that make things better for everyone. And we all get to see how decisions are made, ask questions, and hold power to account. People like you are using the Open Government Partnership to create and implement thousands of initiatives that are transforming societies around the world. Open budgets and contracts are ensuring that money isn't lost to corruption. Having a say in public services has let citizens shape the communities they live in. Equal access to the justice system and public information is open to everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The potential of technology is harnessed while safeguarding against digital threats. And our fundamental freedoms are strengthened, letting us voice our needs and concerns safely. OGP provides a platform for reformers to co-create solutions, monitor progress, and share knowledge with peers across the globe. But for this to work, we need more reformers in government to open new doors, allies outside government to help find ambitious solutions, and partners around the world to support these efforts. We need you. Join us in building a better, more open world.
포용적 디지털이란 말 사실 처음 듣는 말인데
공부를 할 수 있는 방법? 세상을 조금 더 편안하게 해주는 것?
남녀노소 10대부터 90대까지 편할 수 있는 시스템이
디지털 혁신이라고 하는 기술과 방법과 절차들이 활용되는 것이 디지털 혁신에 의한 민주주의라고 할 수 있고요. 여기에서 포용적이라는 것은 국민 누구도 한 명이라도 소외되지 않고 모두 다 민주주의에 참여할 수 있도록 만들어준다는 측면에서 포용적 디지털 혁신이라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
조금 더 자세한 설명이 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
사용이 어려운 이유가 사용 방법이 익숙치가 않아서이기 때문에
쉬운 언어로 표현하는 게 좀 좋은 방법일 것 같습니다.
어르신들도 접할 수 있게 교육이 좀 필요하다고 생각합니다.
디지털 활용에 어려움을 겪고 계시는 국민들이 많습니다. 그런 국민들을 위해서 저희는 전국의 디지털 배움터 1000개소를 운영하면서 필요하신 디지털 역량들을 교육해드리는 사업을 펼치고 있습니다. 보이는 거, 다 알 수 있는 거.
거짓이 없어야 되고
사실대로 말하는 거.
맑은 신현물같이 다 보여지는 것을 말합니다.
교육이 가장 공정하다고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
우리나라는 임금 문제는 공정합니다.
블라인드 채용이 확대되고 해서 고용 쪽에서도 예전에 비해서 많이 좀 투명해진 것 같습니다.
약간 새치기 안 하는 거. 이런 거 해도 되나?
투명성은 명확하지 않은 것을 성공으로 바꿀 수 있습니다.
포장된 말을 하지 않고 원래 하고 싶은 말 하는 그런.
좀 일부러 숨기는 게 없어야 하지 않을까요?
The ideal standard first is that a lot more information can be shared than people think they can be shared. I think the information that certainly should be shared is about government operations.
부패 방지 정책에 있어서 국민이 참여하고 협력할 수 있는 민간 협의회 등을 구축하고 운영하여 온 것이라 생각합니다.
시민들의 의식과 눈높이, 그리고 정부의 노력, 그리고 IT를 비롯한 기술의 발전이 크게 기여했다고 생각합니다.
좀 자유롭고 숨기는 게 없는 그런.
국민들과 잘 소통할 수 있는 정부가 열린 정부라고 생각합니다.
열린 정부는 협력이다라고 생각합니다.
모든 국민들이 같이 할 수 있는.
다 얘기해주는 거, 투명하게 공개하는 거.
국민이 정책에 참여할 수 있는 정부가 아닐까요?
정부가 우선 국민들의 불편함이나 의견을 어느 정도 수용할 수 있고 들어줄 수 있는 그런 정부가 아닐까 싶습니다.
The goal of OGP is to renew democracy, so democracy delivers better results to citizens.
The Open Government Partnership brings together governments and communities representing over 2 billion people from across the world to ensure that governments deliver for their citizens.
It is to make governments more open, accountable, and responsive to its citizens.
Globally, open government is changing, though at a low pace in terms of how governments make themselves accountable and transparent to their citizens.
Around the world, reformers from both inside and outside government are pushing for changes that make governing more open.
Then together we will be able to build the kind of government we want.
결국 세상은 사람이 이끌어가는데 이 모두가 다 연결되어 있잖아요. 그래서 OGP에서 함께하는 그러한 시스템을 만든 그런 열린 정부는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
전 세계적으로 투명한 행정에 대한 시민들의 요구가 확산되고 있습니다. 이런 환경에서 OGP의 역할이 중요할 것이라고 생각합니다.
기후변화라든지 디지털 전환과 같은 전 세계가 공통적으로 직면한 문제를 해결하기 위해서 OGP가 반드시 필요하다고 생각합니다.
국제 청년들과 함께 연대를 형성하고 국내뿐만 아니라 국제적으로 청년을 위한 어젠다를 수립하는 데 청년이 직접 목소리를 낼 수 있는 기회가 됐으면 합니다.
전 세계에서 많은 나라들이 우리나라의 열린 정부 정책을 벤치마킹하고 싶어하는 나라들이 참 많다는 것을 느끼고 있습니다. 자부심과 그리고 뿌듯함을 느끼면서 일하고 있습니다.
Korea has some great success stories in anti-corruption, civic space and digital governance, and we want to hear them. So consider whose voices aren't being heard and get them involved because we want everyone around our table.
First, convene a strong global coalition for democracy to fight back against the rise of authoritarianism. The second role, which Government of Korea has already played, is it has issued a call to action for all OGP members to advance ambitious reforms to renew democracy through openness and citizen participation. First is an invitation for all Korean citizens to join the Global Summit. It's from December 15 to 17. The website is ogpsummit.org. Please register and join.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. Welcome everyone. My name is Chang Gil, professor of Sejong University. Today we are joining the OGP Global Summit 2021. And I am the chair for this session for Citizens Participatory Progress and Future Direction session. For this session, we are carrying out our session completely online. If there are people who are joining us through our online, please post your questions or comment on our website, starting with the session number 6021. We will begin our session. Our session is about the progress and the future direction of the Citizens Participatory Government Administration, and we would like to talk about how we want to further develop in the future. The citizens' participation, I believe, is all the more important in a COVID-19 era. We hope that this session will also contribute to enhancing participation of citizens in other countries. I would like to introduce our participants. We have with us Dr. Ji-soo Kim from KRILA, Korea Research Institute for Local Administration. Please welcome her with a big hand. We're also joined by the Director Woo Jung-son of the Seoul Community Support Center. And we also have from PATI, Social Cooperative, Director Hyun-suk Hwang. And from Ministry of the Interior and Safety, we have with us Director Jong-ok Park, who is overseeing the overall citizens' participation innovation. With that, we would like to invite Dr. Ji-soo Kim to talk about the past, today, and future of citizen participation. You have about 20 minutes for your presentation. Dr. Kim is the research associate with KRILA, and he's looking into the areas of the municipal government administration as well as deliberative democracy. With that, the mic is all yours.
네, 안녕하세요. 만나 뵙게 돼서 반갑습니다. 한국지방행정연구원.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Great to meet you all. I am Kim Ji-soo from the Korea Research Institute for Local Administration. Today, I would like to tell you about people's participation, past, present, and future. So under this topic, I would like to summarize the studies and the research that I have done so far on this topic. So now then, regarding the past and present, so this is about the achievement so far, and then the future is about the future direction or the orientation that we should be headed based on the analysis. Now then, regarding the past and present, I am going to talk about three things, and first it is going to be about the changes in the laws related to people's participation in the past government, and then the best practices in people's participation, and the third is people's awareness regarding people's participation. So now let me begin my presentation. Now, as you all know, the policymaking process has traditionally been led by the government, but as you all know, as a society's complexity increases, there are limitations in the decision-making by the government and few elites only. And it can also give rise to the principal agent problem. So as we went through these different issues, then now in the representative democracy where we only had indirect participation, now this used to be the norm in democracy, but then more recently what we are seeing is joint policy production by government and the people at the same time. Now, perhaps in a democratic country, then, for people to participate in the government's decision-making, perhaps might sound to be a matter something that can be taken for granted. But then also, in terms of how it can actually happen, depends on the call of the time and the leadership of the time. And when we look at the situation today in Korea, then we see that there are indeed different types of people's participation. Now then, I believe that defining the concept of people's participation should also be broad enough to indicate all of the different types of public participation. So here you can see that it indicates the entire spectrum of people's activities that can affect the government's policy making process. And I believe that Feng's democracy cube is indicative of the orientation of people's participation. So the first line is about where there is more people participating, and second is about having more democratic interactions, and the third factor is to have practical influence. I believe that these three elements are a must in people's participation. Now we see that there have been different types of people's participation in government's decision making, but then in order to make sure that we can actually have influence and also to make sure that the collective wisdom can be wielded, we see that today's Korean government is also moving into this direction, meaning that we are more moving toward deliberative democracy. So then comparing the past and the present modes of participation, and then also how they have changed, what caused those changes, and also how we can further develop them are going to be the important topics that we need to discuss today. So now then let me analyze the past modality of people's participation. First is the analysis of the legal institutions in Korea in different governments. So I have looked into the 15 people participation institutions as well as the 12 related laws. So I have analyzed the contents as well as the changes over time. And there were three factors in analyzing this. Now, first was about the extent of formal participation, and second was about the communication method, and the third was about the extent of influence of ordinary public's presence in the decision-making process. And then based on this, I divided them into formal participation, practical participation, and deliberative participation. And also, we see that when the truly ordinary citizens take part and go through interactive communication and come up with recommendations, then that would be the deliberative participation. And now when you look at the results or the outcome of the analysis, now this might not be immediately recognizable, so let me explain a little bit more. So looking at the past governments, like Kim Young-sam or Kim Dae-jung governments, then you see, aside from the yellow boxes, which are the elections, then the processes where people can actually have their impact, well, practically there were none. But then now coming into the No Mu-hyun government, then you see that the referendum or people's recall and also people's audit request. So these programs came about newly. So you see that there was an upgrade in people's participation. And then moving on to the Moon Jae-in government, you see now there is a much broader spectrum. And in addition to this, there is also the deliberative participation methods that are being exhibited here. For example, the people's participatory budget system and so forth. But then now there are some differences even among the deliberative participations. I would like to go into that in a bit more in a while. Now then first, more about the people's participation. We can see that since the No Mu-hyun government, there have been a shift to actual participation by the people. And that is probably thanks to the legal amendments. For example, amendments to the Administrative Procedure Act, as well as the Local Autonomy Act. So this laid the legal grounds for the people's participation. And then now under the Moon Jae-in government, now there is more shift toward deliberative participation. And this is more about how to utilize the existing institutions. So for example, the people's participatory budget. Now, under the Park Geun-hye government, they already had the institutional basis for this. But then in terms of the actual implementation or the operation, it was not a full-fledged. So at that time, there were questions being raised about whether this is a true democratic method of making this possible. But then now, under this current government, Now, they have elements of the deliberative participation included. So this has led to more debates and more discussions among the people. But again, there are some differences by the system or the programs. And also so we can see that over time, some of the systems that existed in formality only have added more weight and had added more content, and now it is leading to more actual participation by the people, and it is also increasing people's impact on the decision-making process. And we see that there has been increase in the deliberative participation systems. But then again, when we look at the systems today, then they are still enabled by the legal framework and the legal changes. So we see that even today there are many different types of people's participation that still exist. And then now I have also looked into the 1,500 people's participation programs, and you can see that among the different governments, under the Moon Jae-in government, there has been a sharp spike in the number of programs in terms of the people's participation. And of course, in the past, there have been also some cases where there was an increase in people's participation programs, but then under the Moon Jae-in government, you see that many of these programs included more than 60% of citizens' participation. And also in the past, if there were more participation in groups, so for example, civic alliances or NGOs, but then now, today, under the Moon Jae-in government, there is a meaningful change in that individual citizens are participating through, for example, a random selection. And another change is higher participation by the people, and that is also because of the change in the, for example, how people can submit their suggestions directly. So we can see that overall there have been some changes in people's participation, and it has also enhanced the substance of people's participation. Now then, I would like to introduce some of the best practice cases in people's participation. So these are some of the programs that allowed broader participation by the people, that also enabled deliberation and also allowed people's real impact on decision making. So first is about the Gwanghwamoon First Street platform, and the others are more about the deliberative programs.
First, I would like to cover the Gwanghwamoon First Street platform and open communication forum. As you can see, the platform for Gwanghwamoon First Street is the platform for enabling the citizens' participation. So I'm going to introduce some of the things that we have carried out. First, we have a proposal SNS talk. So this is a forum where the citizens can actually propose certain policies to the government. Once the policy is proposed, based on this proposal, it can also be progressed into making actual policy. There is also coordination between the ministries and relevant stakeholders, and the policy is therefore developed. And another function that we have is the Connect to Collaborate forum. So the companies and different civil society can use this platform to connect with one another. So we have referrals to allow them to cooperate and work together. And during the government assessment process, there was a lot of assessment for the corporates as well as civil societies, but not so much for citizens. And also for government organizations, for those organizations that are close to citizens, citizens can participate to look into issues and also propose relevant recommendations so that improvements can be made. And if there are certain social issues, we are also tapping into collective wisdom so that our citizens can also contribute in generating ideas. The meaningful change for the Gwanghwamoon First Street is the Open Communication Forum. From 2018 to 2021, we had about 58 forums and over 10,000 citizens participated, and we have identified about 226 policy proposals, and 173 of those policy recommendations were actually turned into policies, from the theme selection to going through different discussion forums and making that into policy development, we were able to have active discussion. And during the COVID-19, we were able to have online communication forum. Next, for the Government Innovation Citizen Forum, we had about 2 main pillars for sustainable government innovation. We were able to leverage online platform to encourage citizen participation, and there is also tripartite government, private sector, government coordination system. We were able to invite policy recommendations, and citizens were able to propose ideas and further develop that into an actual policy, and we were able to build a foundation for that. And as for citizen participatory budgeting, citizens will be able to participate in the budget proposal, evaluation, and priority setting. There are different types of participation. One would be proposal, where citizens will propose different projects, and there will be also discussion, where we incorporate citizens' comment on how we're going to reflect that in the budget for key social issues. And for these budgeting process, the overall process from budgeting to actual expenditure were disclosed to the public. And when you look at these activities, you can see that there has been a lot of progress that was made in the process. And we have carried out online survey for the citizens to check their awareness on the citizens' participation. This was carried out in 2020 in August, and when you look at the last 3 years of the awareness on the change of participation, you can see that in the past 3 years we have seen a lot of different progress and changes in terms of their awareness, and the citizens are also fully feeling the changes of implementing the participatory system, and also the different status and the awareness, and also in terms of capability of their participation has also improved according to their awareness. And also citizens felt that there is actually potential for change. So there has been a lot of agreement on that. But is this participation actually bringing a lot of changes? And there you can see, in terms of their efficacy of their participation, there is some doubt. Some still feel that, although there has been a lot of improvement, that they feel there has been no impact in their participation. And as you can see in the survey, some feel that they're not making any impact in their participation. But however, what is meaningful is that this was carried out by Dr. Sewon Cho for this survey. And when you look at the participation capability, you can see that there has been a lot of positive changes there. So the awareness has become really positive in the process, and you can see that it is important to expand and increase the number of participation going forward. So when you look at the overall government policy development, we still need to improve, and there's still a long way to go in terms of improving the level of participation of our citizens. But when you look at the overall result, there has been increase in number of communication channel with the government, and the commitment and the expectation of participation has also increased, as you can see in the survey findings. When you look at the past, present, and future of the citizens' participation, what I would like to propose going forward, I think can be in 4 areas. First, in order to create higher participation opportunity, we need a stronger legal foundation, legal and institutional foundation. So we want to increase the actual, practical, and deliberative citizen participation, and developing a basic act to promote that participation is needed. The definition and the deliberative process needs to be fully defined, and also develop plans and share that plan and analyze and assess how the participation actually took place is required. And in order to enable that, we do need legal foundations to have improvement in cooperation between different institutions. Also, in terms of deliberative process, the process actually requires a lot of energy and effort. So having a dedicated team and dedicated institution to operate that is something that we need to consider. Also, in order to invite diverse citizens, we need different initiatives. So in order to enhance efficacy and sense of efficacy of participants, we need to increase the conversion ratio from idea to policy. And also we need to further carry out education and promotion where that participation it can actually become part of day-to-day lives of our citizens. So it's not easy to participate in the policy. So we also need to build a training system and education system for civil servants to actually run this kind of programs. And nurturing professionals who can cover this deliberative discussions and policy development is needed. And we also need institutional effort to break down barriers where citizens can participate. Also, another thing is to build infrastructure for online participation. With COVID-19 and the pandemic, it's very difficult for many people to participate, and that's the feedback we did receive from the municipal government. And in order to promote online discussion, we do need extensive infrastructure. It's not something that individuals can devise, and we do need some support in building that infrastructure. And last but not least, what I would also like to propose is that a lot of the participants participating in the session is already doing this, but there are many participation, but we do need to connect them like a very tight web so that they can participate at a very granular level. So giving that experience of participation is important, and that will increase the opportunity for participation in different government institutions. So we do need effort to make that participation more tightly coupled with one another. So this is what I have prepared for my presentation. I look forward to more detailed discussion. Thank you for listening.
김 박사님 수고하셨습니다.
Thank you, Dr. Kim, very much for your presentation. So yes, we see that democracy is now showing itself in various shapes and forms. So now I was actually quite surprised that there are nearly 1,500 public participation programs, and also especially centric on the ordinary people. And of course, some of the examples that you have talked about, I mean, of course, that they are well known to the Korean public, but then I believe that they can also be a good practice case for other countries as well. And also, thank you very much for the 4 suggestions. And now, why don't we move on to the panel discussion session? And the first panelist is Mr. So Nu-jung from the Seoul Community Support Center. Well, thank you very much for the presentation, and given the time constraint, I am not going to summarize the presentation, so I generally agree. But then now, I believe that one thing now perhaps can be defined a bit differently, but then that is not a big issue. But now, so let me provide my discussion, and that is that the Moon Jae-in government has defined the current era as the people's era and has declared to move to people-centric democracy. And one good example is the public debate about the Shingori number 5 and 6. So I believe that one good thing out of this was that deliberative democracy is possible, and I believe this has become somewhat of a fad. And I believe that if it were not for the COVID-19, then we probably would have seen many different other types of attempts and experiments. So yes, on one hand, because of COVID-19, we are seeing a lot of online formats, but on the other hand, we are seeing some, let's say, reduction in the people's participation. So I do hope that there can be many different types of public participation, and also not for the sake of people's participation itself, but for the sake of increasing or improving the outcome. Because as you would know, politics is like hypothesis, because it is a hypothesis, meaning that it is not based on scientific formula. So if we can have people's participation and also increase people's acceptance, then I believe that it is important for us to have people's participation in the decision-making process so as to minimize the risks in the outcome. And of course, the modality, of course, that would also be important, but then also the agenda would also be important, and also how much authority that we are going to give the people, that is also going to be quite important. So let me elaborate a bit more about this. Now, of course, Dr. Kim defined it differently, but then people's participation, I believe that there could be different definitions. So for example, seeking opinion, it could also be about coming to an agreement, or it could be making a choice among different issues. So for example, the Shingori number 5 and 6 would be the example. So there are these different types, but then now for the current government, so what we see these days that is being done by the government is mostly about seeking opinion from the people. And the reason for this is because it is the least risky. So because these ideas are from the people, so if they are to follow that, then that could reduce risk. And I'm not saying that that is a bad thing. So it is a good thing in that it can also seek opinions and views from different perspectives. But then, on the other hand, this also means that we don't necessarily need to have people's participation forum, because we can simply seek the idea from online suggestions. So I believe that we need to take this a step further to not just get opinions and views from the people, but also to resolve conflicts or debates. Then perhaps this means that we also need to increase the people's sense of efficacy in people's participation. So perhaps because people were not able to actually solve problems or solve differences in their participation, perhaps that is the reason why the sense of efficacy was a bit low. But now for the ideas, people just need to have representation in the ideas. But then now when we're trying to solve conflicts, then they need to have the representation from each opinion. But then now, if they are going to make choices, then they also need to have representation from the local residents. And sometimes it could take quite a long time, because when we look at other countries, then sometimes it could take up to 10 years to make choices out of different issues. So because of this, I believe that we need to institutionalize such participation. And last comment that I would like to make is we need to differentiate between citizens, and so the general citizens and experts.
경향이라고 생각하는 게 평범한 시민들을
So for ordinary citizens, to educate them, and then we can turn them into semi-experts. So that could also be possible. That means that with repeated participation, then some citizens could be close to experts. But then that also means that the bar for the ordinary citizens would actually be higher. And also when we see the public participation forums, then we see the same people participating in different forums. So we already see something like that happening. So I believe that we need to perhaps lower the threshold, but then clarify the process. So that is all. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you for that comment. It was a very passionate discussion, and thank you for that. I think these are very critical issues. First, the citizens' need to participate not just in ideation process, but also they need to participate in selection as well and implementation as well, and talked about his thoughts on and issues about democracy. And following this discussion, we would like to invite Director Hyun-Suk Hwang from Social Cooperative Party. Hello, nice to meet you. I am Hyun-Suk Hwang, the director at Party, a social cooperative. Thank you for that presentation, Dr. Kim. And I agree with all the comments that Mr. Son has mentioned. So these are very similar issues that we face in the field, but I guess I can talk in a different language because we also carry out our activities in different fields. So with the Moon Jaein Administration, I feel that deliberative participation is actually increased, and I really feel that is happening, and many of the participants are feeling that. But we need to further go into the next step, and so I'm going to talk about some points, and you can also refer to my discussion paper. So from now on, I think it's not just about quantified participation. So more people need to participate, but we need more diverse people participating as well. Government is running many different participatory programs, but you can see the participation is limited to certain people because it's limited to certain timing and certain location to certain people. So there are some limitation there. So when we create some citizen participation program, we have to first identify who is required to participate, and we have to have this program devised in a way that these people can actually take part in it. But today, we don't have that detailed consideration incorporated into the program yet. In order for this program to be activated, we actually need to have higher conversion of this idea into policy. I fully agree with the point, therefore, raised by Mr. Son. If I may add to it, this should not be the sole criteria for participation. Increasing conversion is important, but when you actually incorporate that in the front line, that could be implemented in a somewhat different way. Now, citizens are participating in initial process or in ideation process, but in order to enable that, we do need a lot of activities in between that process. You mentioned about open communication forum, and we actually run that open communication forum, and we have forum on, for instance, climate change. And when we get that idea and comment from people, there are a lot of ideas from something that individuals can do and something that government should actually participate. So it's actually very diverse, and we do need a process to really make that into a policy proposal. So that is taking place by a lot of civil society, but we do lack experience around that. So in order to increase conversion to policy, we have to think about who is going to work on that conversion, and that's where we need to distinguish the role between experts or professionals versus general citizens. And that's something I wanted to stress and point out through my discussion, because when you look at the participation, the idea is actually really extreme. I mean, there's a very simple ideation to actually very detailed and professional content like how to run a project, and some participation require us to come up with the actual solution with limited budget and limited time. But when you look at citizen participation, you need actually that incubation period where the ideas are actually turned into policy level discussion. And in order to invite diverse people to participate, we need to leverage not just online, but also offline channel for these people to participate. That's something that we need to fully consider. Due to COVID-19, offline has become somewhat undermined and it's limited, but I think the two to go hand in hand. It cannot be completely online nor completely offline. And even with the end of COVID-19, we should not just do this with offline focus only. With that alone, we cannot increase citizen participation. The reason we do participatory democracy is because we want to incorporate a lot of people in the discussion, but that is actually very difficult to do. So depending on the participatory programs characteristics and type, we need to devise different types of participation modality. One thing we need to consider at this point is when you think about citizen participation, we go through the hearing process and the policy development process, and in the process we do need public innovation. It could be cooperation between institutions and cooperation between central government versus municipal government. But offline discussion and offline forum alone cannot devise that. So it's through citizen participation program, we have to share that as data across different stakeholders and connect different institutions. And creating that system and infrastructure would be critical. And before I end, I want to end with adding that you talked about adding the online infrastructure at a national level. Now, we are leveraging Zoom at the moment for this forum, but leveraging Zoom is not something that local government or municipal government can do. So when you look at different local government is building different video conferencing system, but I think that is somewhat a waste of effort. At a national level, we can support development of video conferencing, but creating something as an open source, or rather than having a closed video conferencing system used only by, for instance, certain district government, we need a higher level of video conference system that could be shared across different entities. And what I want to propose before I end is that in order for us to go into the next level, we need to go beyond discussing single agenda or single themes, but we also need to discuss long-term agenda and issues. It will be difficult for me to go into the actual case, but maybe we can benchmark German's Labor 4.0, where they had multi-year discussion to that, and also there is a global assembly regarding climate crisis. So when you look at the mid to long-term issues, this climate issue, for instance, is not something that we can find a solution in just 6 months or within a year. So we hope that we can build a participatory program for long-term issues as well. That's all from me. Thank you for that.
참 좋은 얘기들이 많이 나오는 것 같아요.
Thank you very much for the very good comments so far. And yes, it is true that there has been quantitative increase, but then we still have some room to make improvement in terms of quality. So thank you for that. And now, yes, when we have those discussions, then I am also curious. So is that all discussion only, or is there some kind of making a decision in the end? So do they have like voting, or is it going to be like a majority decision and so forth? So perhaps we can also have some discussion about that as well. And now, last but not least, let me invite Mr. Park Jong-ok, the Director of Public Participation Innovation Division of the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. Yes, hello, this is Park Jong-ok, in charge of the Public Participation Innovation Division of the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. Now, first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Kim Ji-soo for providing us with an analysis of the people's participation programs over the past government, then also for showing us a direction into the future. And I see that there has been a general agreement that there has been a vast increase in the people participation programs. And thank you very much for showing us and demonstrating that that has been the case through the model analysis. And I do believe that this will be quite helpful for the other members participating in the OGP Global Summit, and also helpful in setting the direction on how to further promote people's participation in the future in Korea. And also, Mr. Son Woo-jung provided his discussion about how we need to increase participation by people and the citizens, not only to provide their views, but then also to resolve the differences and to make hard choices. And also, we need to differentiate between the ordinary citizens and the experts. And also, whenever there is participation, the representation is also important. So we also need to lower the threshold so there can be as much representation as possible. And then also, Hwang Hyun-suk from Party Co-op, now she mentioned that currently, of course, that there are limitations, but then we also need to lower the threshold for as many people to participate as possible. And it is, of course, important to accommodate people's views and opinions and to make sure that they are reflected into the policies. And in order to make that possible, then we also need to have communication and coordination with the different ministries. So thank you very much for the comment, and I also agree with that. And I also feel that not only for the one-time or one-off decisions, but then also for the long-term and mid-term policy setting or the direction setting, we also need to have participation by the people. So yes, I also agree with that. Now, so I generally agree with everything that has been said so far, and on top of that, allow me to introduce some of the cases that have not been introduced yet. Now, of course, Dr. Kim has provided us with a good overview of the changes over time, but another thing is about the Petition Act, which was amended in December 2020, and it is going to be fully implemented from December 23rd of this year. And as a result of this, we believe that we will be able to accommodate more of people's petitions and suggestions and in a more systematic manner. And starting from late next year, online petitions would also be received. And of course, there was the petition program under the Constitution, but then it was not put into practice so far, but it is quite meaningful that we are now able to put it into actual practice. And also the Administrative Procedure Act was recently revised. And this is the law that contains many of the details regarding people's participation. And now this has been amended this time around, so I do believe that this will lay the institutional groundwork for us to further improve the people's participation programs in Korea. And not only the cases introduced in the presentation, but there are also other types of people's participation programs. So for example, under my ministry, there is the what we call the Challenge Korea and also the Failure Fair deliberative discussion and people's participatory diagnosis of government organizations. Then also under the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety, there is the Safety Inspection Program to be requested by the people, and also under the Ministry of Government Legislation, there's also the legal review by people's participation and so forth. But I believe that perhaps we need to make further improvement in order to make sure that we can take people's participatory policy up a notch. So for example, there are different types and also different types of the people's participation program, and they tend to be scattered among the different agencies and the ministries because of the lack of unified definition or basic principles or the management of the people's participation. So I believe that we need to come up with a pan-government participation policy promotion system that would comprise the different levels among the public organizations and the local as well as the central level. So what Dr. Kim has suggested, the People's Participation Promotion Basic Act, could be one way of doing that. Another is that despite the shift toward deliberative participation, not many opinions are being led to policy, so we also need to make sure that this can be done so. So for example, we need to reduce the cost and burden of taking part in the deliberative process by the people so that we can have more people participating. And second is to make sure that the people's participation can be led to the public organization with actual authority in policy review and policy making. So currently the Government Innovation Promotion Council is partially playing this role, but we need to strengthen such role. So again, thank you very much for your views and your opinions, and thanks to your views, we are further motivated to improve the people's participation. But of course, it is on one hand not easy on the field to actually run the processes. But then I believe that in order to make further progress, then we have to generate an internal consensus and support for this process, and for us to realize that it is helpful for policymaking itself as well. All right, thank you very much. So he talked about the overall responsibility and also how we can further make improvements. So thank you very much for that.
So among what was discussed, I felt that there are a lot of things that I am not aware of. And if I don't know, I think the general public may even know less than what I'm aware of. So I think it's important that we also communicate what we are doing so that we enhance what is actually happening. Dr. Kim, I guess you can comment on what the panelists have mentioned, but based on our three discussants, would you like to comment on what was said? Yes. My presentation was based on, or I focused on discussing the kind of programs that we're doing to encourage citizens' participation. But making a policy and going through the consultation process is something that I'm also researching on. I was also one of the panel for developing different consultation. We do face new issues. So when you look at people higher than age of 60, we have issue of encouraging their participation. And for offline participation, we have problem of inviting people who are working and also people who are in their 20 to 30 age segment. So there are realistical problems, and there's also problems we face when we actually implement this in the field. So we need to design a very detailed solutions, and I think it's timely that we come up with that detailed solution. But I think when you look at the citizen participation, I think it is meaningful that we are inviting these people at the very initial stage, because if we invite them at the late stage when the conflict escalate, that will cost us a lot in terms of our society to solve that conflict. Thank you for that comment. Now that I listened to all the discussions, it seems that regarding citizen participation, there are certain points that we need to consider. I thought about 4 things. I'll be brief on those participation. First, we need to think about who participates. So does it have representation of different groups? Should we have small group or large group participation? And another thing that we should consider is that, like Mr. Son mentioned, when we have citizen participation, I mean, the citizen may not be so much aware of the issues. So who are we going to invite in that case? And how are we going to increase their awareness? And also, secondly, where should we participate? So what kind of policy should we look into? And how are we going to participate? And third issue would be, when we participate, at which stage of the policy development should we participate? Is it at the policy development level, or policy decision level, or policy evaluation level? So when should we participate? That's a third area. And fourthly, how do we participate? And many people do not know how to participate, where to go, and how to participate in the process. So it seems that there are about 4 issues that we can consider. So maybe we can talk about this. And my question to Mr. Son would be, you have raised a very important issue as an expert in citizens' participation. So then in that case, what is the role of the civil society? So I was listing all those 4 areas, but the question was in a different area. So you raised a very important point there. For me, choosing the issue and discussing about the conflict is because there is a high risk in that. Mr. Park, you're working for the government, but government officials hate issues happening or conflict rising. So there are certain uncertainties in the result, and I think there's a terror of that uncertainty within the government official. Even if we have a very detailed policy developed, there are still complaints and still criticism happening in the policy. So in a society, what we're trying to create, in a democratic society especially, is to go through that discussion of talking about conflict. We need to build that culture, and we call that educating for democratic citizens in the civil society. There are different formats and different types of education, but we look into how we deal with conflict, how we discuss about conflict. So if there is conflict, we have to discuss this. Of course, it's something that the administration, government administration should do, but we also want to go through that learning curve where we discuss openly about conflict among citizens and civil society. What is interesting is that we still see that flight for this conflict, even within civil society, people are afraid to talk about that conflict and discuss about that conflict. If there is a stark difference, and if there are this conflict, especially something that is seen in political circle, the citizens or civil society are reluctant to also discuss about that political conflict as well. So we need to build a culture where we discuss about different conflict. Thank you for that. So we have to think about the role of the civil society, I guess. Ms. Hwang, do you want to also talk about that? You talked about the diversification in a qualitative way. But Mr. Park also mentioned about dealing with mid to long-term issues as well. But Mr. Son also mentioned that we have to have citizen participation in the outstanding agenda, and people tend to avoid participating into those present issues. So where should we focus? Should we focus on the present issue or a mid to long-term issue? Well, what I wanted to say in my discussion is that because we're not doing either, that's the problem. We're not doing any of that. We're not discussing about the present issue, and we tend to choose the safe issues. For instance, whatever conclusion we reach in that area, it doesn't hurt anyone. So if there is a conflicting issue, I mean, whatever issue you talk about, there is meant to be conflict, and solving for that conflict is what we do in terms of citizen consultation, but that's not what we're doing. We tend to choose safer issues, but if you go deeper, there's still issue, but we don't go deep enough to really touch that conflict and discuss and surface that conflict. And citizens who participate into this process, it's time for us to go a step further. That's why we need both discussion to take place in the future. And in the discussion forum, I always talk about that we need mid to long-term issues, because we have piloted on how we can bring about this large-scale consultation. But this is not something that we can reach a conclusion in just 3 to 4 months. For instance, for a college admission program, it's not something that we can reach a conclusion in a short period of time. how we educate our children and the kind of talent that we want to nurture in the future is something that we have to discuss before we come up with this college entrance program. But then we are doing this discussion even without discussing important long-term issues. It's not a problem of individuals, but when you look at this in this light, the decision makers need to discuss continuously on the issues that we have to solve in 3 years or in 5 years, and we need to form that forum.
All right, yes, of course, then yes, we need to handle the current issues and then also for the medium to long-term issues. So yes, not easy. Now then, going back to Mr. Park again, now about the policy formation and then decision and the evaluation process. Now for the government, now as it comes out with the different institutions and as they build institutions, then where is the government focusing on? Well, if I may then, if possible, then throughout the process and also throughout the different areas, so we are trying to increase the participation. So for example, for the policy formation, then I would say that the people's design of the policy that we are doing, so that would be the leading example. And then also for the evaluation, so that would probably be the leading example of where we have the most people's participation. And also, of course, the decision-making process as well. That's also important for people to participate. Now, regarding the current issues, especially regarding conflicts, and perhaps some of the comments were that the government is not doing enough to having people's participation in conflict resolution. But then, us being administrative agencies and, conflicts could lead to politics. So please understand that perhaps that is not as easy for us to take part in as you might think. So perhaps those are issues best left to the National Assembly. But of course, we could have the People's Participation Promotion Act, and perhaps where there we can also have people's participation spelled out there. But anyway, so as the professor has mentioned earlier, so yes, there are many different programs for people's participation, and perhaps we need to increase awareness. So maybe we didn't do enough to communicate. But then now if you type in Gwanghwamoon First Street, then you'll be able to find many more similar programs. Well, thank you very much for that. Well understood. So now then, Dr. Kim, so we have discussed many different issues, and anything that you would like to add briefly? Well, I see that the time is running out, but I have said a lot, I believe. Now, I would like to appreciate the comments because there were many issues that were raised today where we could actually have some sharp differences. So I would like to meet you again offline. Well, thank you very much. Now, some of the issues that we had not even thought about, so especially for the online discussion, then yes, we also talked about representation. But now, because of this moving online, then perhaps over-participation could also be an issue. In other words, maybe a biased organization having over-participation, and maybe that has not been discussed enough yet. So maybe that is something that we have to think more about. And also, especially for the online democracy or the online participation, so maybe we should have something like a manual spelling out how to do that. So not a law or regulation, but then perhaps we need to have something like a manual for such online participation. Then also, yes, we are moving from formal participation to actual participation to more deliberative participation. And yes, to make sure that we can really move on to deliberative participation. And if we can also have more people feel a sense of efficacy out of this participation, then that would be much better for all of us. So thank you very much to all the participants today. Thank you.
We have to make clear that governments exist to serve the interests of citizens and not the other way around.
Open government is a new way to think about collaboration around governance.
To me, open government means the ability to be a part of the change that you want to see.
현장에서 일하거나 그런 사람들의 의견이랑 그 정책이랑 또 어긋나는 부분이 있을 수 있으니까
직접 선택한 결과니까 자신이 더 책임을 지지 않을까 싶습니다.
내가 얘기해가지고 좋아질 건 없겠지만은 그래도 하고 싶은 말을 하면은 속이라도 시원할 것 같아요.
서민들의 현장 그리고 실생활 일부분들은 대의를 반영하지 못하는 부분이 분명히 있을 것 같아서 충분한 의견 수렴이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
바빠가지고 그거는
그런 방법은 아직 접근하는 방법 잘 모르겠습니다.
우리 일상 속에서 찾아볼 수 있는 거의 모든 공공행정 분야가 바로 시민참여 영역이라고 할 수 있습니다.
저희 홈페이지를 방문하셔서 새로운 제안을 하실 수도 있고
일단 본인이 관심 있는 주제를 좀 조사하시면 관계가 있는 NGO들이 있어요. 그렇게 참여하는 방법이 있을 수 있고요. 또는 자기 속해 있는 지역의 지자체에 관심 있는 법이라든지 예산이라든지 이런 데에 참여하시는 분들 굉장히 많습니다.
What will it take to solve the biggest challenges of our time? What will it take to include everyone's voice in how decisions are made? We need an idea that's bold and ambitious, with people at its heart. That idea is open government. An open government is transparent, inclusive, participatory, and accountable. So governments don't just serve themselves, they work with citizens both in and out of government to develop smarter policies and improved services that make things better for everyone. And we all get to see how decisions are made, ask questions, and hold power to account. People like you are using the Open Government Partnership to create and implement thousands of initiatives that are transforming societies around the world. Open budgets and contracts are ensuring that money isn't lost to corruption. Having a say in public services has let citizens shape the communities they live in. Equal access to the justice system and public information is open to everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The potential of technology is harnessed while safeguarding against digital threats. And our fundamental freedoms are strengthened, letting us voice our needs and concerns safely. OGP provides a platform for reformers to co-create solutions, monitor progress, and share knowledge with peers across the globe. But for this to work, we need more reformers in government to open new doors, allies outside government to help find ambitious solutions, and partners around the world to support these efforts. We need you. Join us in building a better, more open world.
포용적 디지털이란 말은 사실 처음 듣는 말인데
공부를 할 수 있는 방법? 세상을 조금 더 편안하게 해주는 것?
남녀노소 10대부터 90대까지 편할 수 있는 시스템이
디지털 혁신이라고 하는 기술과 방법과 절차들이 활용되는 것이 디지털 혁신에 의한 민주주의라고 할 수 있고요. 여기에서 포용적이라는 것은 국민 누구도 한 명이라도 소외되지 않고 모두 다 민주주의에 참여할 수 있도록 만들어준다는 측면에서 포용적 디지털 혁신이라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
조금 더 자세한 설명이 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
사용이 어려운 이유가 사용 방법이 익숙지가 않아서이기 때문에
쉬운 언어로 표현하는 게 좀 좋은 방법일 것 같습니다.
어르신들도 접할 수 있게 교육이 좀 필요하다고 생각합니다.
디지털 활용에 어려움을 겪고 계시는 국민들이 많습니다. 그런 국민들을 위해서 저희는 전국의 디지털 배움터 1000개소를 운영하면서 필요하신 디지털 역량들을 교육해드리는 사업을 펼치고 있습니다.
보이는 거, 다 알 수 있는 거.
거짓이 없어야 되고
사실대로 말하는 거.
맑은 신현물같이 다 보여지는 것을 말합니다.
교육이 가장 공정하다고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
우리나라는 임금 문제는 공정합니다.
블라인드 채용이 확대되고 해서 고용 쪽에서도 예전에 비해서 많이 좀 투명해진 것 같습니다.
약간 새치기 안 하는 거. 이런 거 해도 되나?
투명성은 명확하지 않은 것을 성공으로 바꿀 수 있습니다.
포장된 말을 하지 않고 원래 하고 싶은 말 하는 그런.
좀 일부러 숨기는 게 없어야 하지 않을까요?
The ideal standard first is that a lot more information can be shared than people think they can be shared. I think the information that certainly should be shared is about government operations.
부패 방지 정책에 있어서 국민이 참여하고 협력할 수 있는 민간 협의회 등을 구축하고 운영하여 온 것이라 생각합니다.
시민들의 의식과 눈높이, 그리고 정부의 노력, 그리고 IT를 비롯한 기술의 발전이 크게 기여했다고 생각합니다.
좀 자유롭고 숨기는 게 없는 그런.
국민들과 잘 소통할 수 있는 정부가 열린 정부라고 생각합니다.
열린 정부는 협력이다라고 생각합니다.
모든 국민들이 같이 할 수 있는.
다 얘기해주는 거? 투명하게 공개하는 거?
국민이 정책에 참여할 수 있는 정부가 아닐까요?
정부가 우선 국민들의 불편함이나 의견을 어느 정도 수용할 수 있고 들어줄 수 있는 그런 정부가 아닐까 싶습니다.
The goal of OGP is to renew democracy, so democracy delivers better results to citizens.
The Open Government Partnership brings together governments and communities representing over 2 billion people from across the world to ensure that governments deliver for their citizens.
It is to make governments more open, accountable, and responsive to its citizens.
Globally, open government is changing, though at a low pace in terms of how governments make themselves accountable and transparent to their citizens.
Around the world, reformers from both inside and outside government are pushing for changes that make governing more open.
Then together that we'll be able to build the kind of open government we want.
결국 세상은 사람이 이끌어가는데 이 모두가 다 연결되어 있잖아요. 그래서 OGP에서 함께하는 그러한 시스템을 만든 그런 열린 정부는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
전 세계적으로 투명한 행정에 대한 시민들의 요구가 확산되고 있습니다. 이런 환경에서 OGP의 역할이 중요할 것이라고 생각합니다.
기후변화라든지 디지털 전환과 같은 전 세계가 공통적으로 직면한 문제를 해결하기 위해서 OGP가 반드시 필요하다고 생각합니다.
국제 청년들과 함께 연대를 형성하고 국내뿐만 아니라 국제적으로 청년을 위한 어젠다를 수립하는 데 청년이 직접 목소리를 낼 수 있는 기회가 됐으면 합니다.
전 세계에서 많은 나라들이 우리나라의 열린 정부 정책을 벤치마킹하고 싶어하는 나라들이 참 많다는 것을 느끼고 있습니다. 자부심과 그리고 뿌듯함을 느끼면서 일하고 있습니다.
Korea has some great success stories in the anti-corruption, civic space and digital governance, and we want to hear them. So consider whose voices aren't being heard and get them involved because we want everyone around our table.
First, convene a strong global coalition for democracy to fight back against the rise of authoritarianism. The second role, which Government of Korea has already played, is it has issued a call to action for all OGP members to advance ambitious reforms to renew democracy through openness and citizen participation. First is an invitation for all Korean citizens to join the Global Summit. It's from December 15 to 17. The website is ogpsummit.org. Please register and join.
We have to make clear that governments exist to serve the interests of citizens and not the other way around.
Open government is a new way to think about collaboration around governance.
To me, open government
We have to make clear that governments exist to serve the interests of citizens and not the other way around.
Open government is a new way to think about collaboration around governance.
To me, open government means the ability to be a part of the change that you want to see.
현장에서 일하거나 그런 사람들의 의견이랑 그 정책이랑 또 어긋나는 부분이 있을 수 있으니까
직접 선택한 결과니까 자신이 더 책임을 지지 않을까 싶습니다.
내가 얘기해가지고 좋아질 건 없겠지만은 그래도 하고 싶은 말을 하면은 속이라도 시원할 것 같아요.
서민들의 현장 그리고 실생활 일부분들은 대의를 반영하지 못하는 부분이 분명히 있을 것 같아서 충분한 의견 수렴이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
바빠가지고 그거는
그런 방법은 아직 접근하는 방법은 잘 모르겠습니다.
우리 일상 속에서 찾아볼 수 있는 거의 모든 공공행정 분야가 바로 시민참여 영역이라고 할 수 있습니다.
저희 홈페이지를 방문하셔서 새로운 제안을 하실 수도 있고
일단 본인이 관심 있는 주제를 좀 조사하시면 관계가 있는 NGO들이 있어요. 그렇게 참여하는 방법이 있을 수 있고요. 또는 자기 속해 있는 지역의 지자체에 관심 있는 법이라든지 예산이라든지 이런 데에 참여하시는 분들 굉장히 많습니다.
What will it take to solve the biggest challenges of our time? What will it take to include everyone's voice in how decisions are made? We need an idea that's bold and ambitious, with people at its heart. That idea is open government. An open government is transparent, inclusive, participatory, and accountable. So governments don't just serve themselves, they work with citizens both in and out of government to develop smarter policies and improved services that make things better for everyone. And we all get to see how decisions are made, ask questions, and hold power to account. People like you are using the Open Government Partnership to create and implement thousands of initiatives that are transforming societies around the world. Open budgets and contracts are ensuring that money isn't lost to corruption. Having a say in public services has let citizens shape the communities they live in. Equal access to the justice system and public information is open to everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The potential of technology is harnessed while safeguarding against digital threats. And our fundamental freedoms are strengthened, letting us voice our needs and concerns safely. OGP provides a platform for reformers to co-create solutions, monitor progress, and share knowledge with peers across the globe. But for this to work, we need more reformers in government to open new doors, allies outside government to help find ambitious solutions, and partners around the world to support these efforts. We need you. Join us in building a better, more open world.
포용적 디지털이란 말 사실 처음 듣는 말인데
공부를 할 수 있는 방법? 세상을 조금 더 편안하게 해주는 것?
남녀노소 10대부터 90대까지 편할 수 있는 시스템이
디지털 혁신이라고 하는 기술과 방법과 절차들이 활용되는 것이 디지털 혁신에 의한 민주주의라고 할 수 있고요. 여기에서 포용적이라는 것은 국민 누구도 한 명이라도 소외되지 않고 모두 다 민주주의에 참여할 수 있도록 만들어준다는 측면에서 포용적 디지털 혁신이라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
조금 더 자세한 설명이 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
사용이 어려운 이유가 사용 방법이 익숙지가 않아서이기 때문에
쉬운 언어로 표현하는 게 좀 좋은 방법일 것 같습니다.
어르신들도 접할 수 있게 교육이 좀 필요하다고 생각합니다.
디지털 활용에 어려움을 겪고 계시는 국민들이 많습니다. 그런 국민들을 위해서 저희는 전국의 디지털 배움터 1000개소를 운영하면서 필요하신 디지털 역량들을 교육해드리는 사업을 펼치고 있습니다.
보이는 것, 다 알 수 있는 것.
거짓이 없어야 되고
사실대로 말하는 거.
맑은 신현물같이 다 보여지는 것을 말합니다.
교육이 가장 공정하다고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
우리나라는 임금 문제는 공정합니다.
블라인드 채용이 확대되고 해서 고용 쪽에서도 예전에 비해서 많이 좀 투명해진 것 같습니다.
약간 새치기 안 하는 거. 이런 거 해도 되나?
투명성은 명확하지 않은 것을 성공으로 바꿀 수 있습니다.
포장된 말을 하지 않고 원래 하고 싶은 말 하는 그런.
좀 일부러 숨기는 게 없어야 하지 않을까요?
The ideal standard first is that a lot more information can be shared than people think they can be shared. I think the information that certainly should be shared is about government operations.
부패 방지 정책에 있어서 국민이 참여하고 협력할 수 있는 민간 협의회 등을 구축하고 운영하여 온 것이라 생각합니다.
시민들의 의식과 눈높이, 그리고 정부의 노력, 그리고 IT를 비롯한 기술의 발전이 크게 기여했다고 생각합니다.
좀 자유롭고 숨기는 게 없는 그런.
국민들과 잘 소통할 수 있는 정부가 열린 정부라고 생각합니다.
열린 정부는 협력이다라고 생각합니다.
모든 국민들이 같이 할 수 있는.
다 얘기해주는 거? 투명하게 공개하는 거?
국민이 정책에 참여할 수 있는 정부가 아닐까요?
정부가 우선 국민들의 불편함이나 의견을 어느 정도 수용할 수 있고 들어줄 수 있는 그런 정부가 아닐까 싶습니다.
The goal of OGP is to renew democracy, so democracy delivers better results to citizens.
The Open Government Partnership brings together governments and communities representing over 2 billion people from across the world to ensure that governments deliver for their citizens.
It is to make governments more open, accountable, and responsive to its citizens.
Globally, open government is changing, though at a low pace in terms of how governments make themselves accountable and transparent to their citizens.
Around the world, reformers from both inside and outside government are pushing for changes that make governing more open.
Then together we'll be able to build the kind of open government we want.
결국 세상은 사람이 이끌어가는데 이 모두가 다 연결되어 있잖아요. 그래서 OGP에서 함께하는 그러한 시스템을 만든 그런 열린 정부는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
전 세계적으로 투명한 행정에 대한 시민들의 요구가 확산되고 있습니다. 이런 환경에서 OGP의 역할이 중요할 것이라고 생각합니다.
기후변화라든지 디지털 전환과 같은 전 세계가 공통적으로 직면한 문제를 해결하기 위해서 OGP가 반드시 필요하다고 생각합니다.
국제 청년들과 함께 연대를 형성하고 국내뿐만 아니라 국제적으로 청년을 위한 어젠다를 수립하는 데 청년이 직접 목소리를 낼 수 있는 기회가 됐으면 합니다.
전 세계에서 많은 나라들이 우리나라의 열린 정부 정책을 벤치마킹하고 싶어하는 나라들이 참 많다는 것을 느끼고 있습니다. 자부심과 그리고 뿌듯함을 느끼면서 일하고 있습니다.
Korea has some great success stories in the anti-corruption, civic space and digital governance, and we want to hear them. So consider whose voices aren't being heard and get them involved because we want everyone around our table.
First, convene a strong global coalition for democracy to fight back against the rise of authoritarianism. The second role, which Government of Korea has already played, is it has issued a call to action for all OGP members to advance ambitious reforms to renew democracy through openness and citizen participation. First is an invitation for all Korean citizens to join the Global Summit. It's from December 15 to 17. The website is ogpsummit.org. Please register and join.
been produced and managed between the public and the private. So now I'm sure that you have gained a good understanding. So now this is an extension of that. So we need to secure the public data or the type of data that can be shared by the public and the private. So that is what we call the public interest data. And then now today we would be hearing from the activists who are working in the field of public interest data to discuss the present and future of public interest data. And before we begin this session, now allow me to introduce the panelists here today. So I would like to ask each panelist to greet the audience as you're introduced in whatever gesture that you like. Now first, we have Ms. Hwang Eun-mi from Party Co-op. And we have reporter Kim Gang-min from News Tapa. Yes, thank you for welcoming everyone. And then the third member in this panel, it is activist Kim Jo-eun from the Center for Freedom of Information. And again, from the Korea Open Government Forum, Code for Korea, who is also an activist, Mr. Lee Jun-soo. And last but not least, we have Chairperson Hong Yoon-hee of the cooperative MUI. All right, so now we have the 5 panelists who have just been introduced. And if I may briefly run through the program for today. Now, each panelist would deliver their presentation, their activities regarding public interest data. So each panelist will present for about 10 minutes. And then they can share with us about the suggestions and also the way forward for public interest data in our discussion time at the end of all the discussion, at the end of all the presentations. So now then the presentation will be in the order of the introduction, and then we'll move on to the general discussion later on. So now then let me hand over first to activist Hwang Eun-mi from Party Co-op. I'm sure that her presentation is under the title of the Present and Future of Public Interest Data. So as soon as the slides are loaded, then I will hand over to her right away. And I believe I can actually give you 15 minutes. So please keep that in mind. And now, yes, we see that the screen is being shared. So now I hand over to Ms. Hwang.
안녕하세요. Good afternoon. My name is Eun-mi Hwang. I am a member of co-op called Party. Thank you for inviting me to the present and future of public interest data session. Today, I would like to talk about the activities that we're carrying out within our organization, Party, and I look forward to discussing this topic with my fellow colleagues and activists and hope to learn from all of you. I would like to briefly introduce our organization. We leverage digital technology to innovate day-to-day democracy, and we are a co-op where democratic activists gather together to proliferate this innovation. The democracy that we pursue is just going beyond a difficult terminology under democracy. We want to share day-to-day lives and start changes in a very small places around us to create a bigger wave of changes. We want to move along with the time, and we are active in various areas. And we also carry out various activities on civic hacking and civic data related activities, leveraging data and technology. We started thinking about data, and the reason we started thinking that we need data is because we live in a time where we need more and better democracy. And we wanted to we discussed about the challenges we face today, and a lot of it is related to data. Untransparent data, closed data is hampering us from having more healthy and productive communication. And there has been mistrust or distrust on the process and the consequences. And there has been lack of communication, and there's malfunctioning discussion and promotion of consultation of people. And it all depends on how we view data and how we leverage data. Upon this realization, we thought about the need for data for good to bring about public interest data. And when we say data, we often think that data is for experts and it's used in the industries. But when it comes to data, whether it's public data or private data, and many think about data as where it belongs, but we need to go beyond where the data belongs, whether it's in public space or in private space. And we need open source data that operates with an objective of promoting public interest. So we thought about the need for public interest data or data for good. And the context of it is because when we were preparing for joint response to public data for COVID-19. In the early days when COVID was spreading, all of us needed information about COVID-19. And Code for Korea, who is my speaker following my presentation, will talk about this, but our public data team or public interest data team under party thought about the same thing. Why isn't the data disclosed? And there are data that was actually intruding privacy, and we were looking into these data issues at the time, and we proposed to do a joint response on the public data, and we proposed that to the Gwanghwamoon First Street platform. And this was the guideline that we proposed for the public interest data, and I believe that was a starting point for leveraging public interest data. With the kickstart of this effort, we thought that we needed more data interest data, or more than ever before. So depending on who and how and why we use data, data becomes very important, and we do need public good and data for good in this light. And in order for us to trigger more change, citizens need more public interest rate. And we started thinking about data democracy and the importance of data democracy. As we thought deeper into data democracy, we thought about how we can promote data interest, public interest data, and we thought about data activism. Citizens often create data, and they also disclose data as an open source, and they also visualize and analyze public interest data so that people can leverage these data. All these series of activities, I believe, is activities around public interest data. So visualizing, analyzing the data we have collected is also data activism. And we want to change our society based on that. And we want to leverage data in a way that we can benefit our society and create data that didn't exist before. And digital social innovation is the change that we bring about by leveraging these data. And with this in mind, we started doing different activities. And the bigger theme or high-level theme that we were looking into were the public interest data lab. First, we started looking into the autumn sprint with the Seoul city, and we discussed with the Seoul citizens on the difficulties and inconvenience they felt using data. We have with us who also participated in these initiatives, and data experts participated in the process, and we looked into different data, and citizens who wanted to solve data by learning about data also participated. So we had joint training, and we had this spring sprint in the public interest data lab. All the data was shared as an open source. In the autumn sprint, and our use cases are as following. We created a map for the playground for children with disability. We also had a project where we tracked our waste, and we also had data shared across stocking laws and why we needed such law. We also had some data shared for a free meal given in the public spheres. In Seoul cities, public interest data was led by Seoul citizens, and this year we have rolled this out to Daegu area, and we try to look for data and created data in our public interest data lab in Daegu area, and we also have applied these data to come up with solution. So the public interest data, if it can be used as developing solutions, I believe this could also contribute to solving community problems. And we have carried out 5 projects under DSI Project Lab this year, and we created solutions based on the data. And we created a prototype data and share this as an open source project. And our experience and the learnings are accumulated and shared to different stakeholders. All the experience accumulated are archived, and this could in the future potentially be the public interest data that we can share with the society. And we have critical view on the data, and we find data and we leverage data in a better way. And we look at analytics and visualization technologies and apply that to data. And this was done by a citizen, and this laboratory efforts were carried out. And something that goes beyond the expertise and technology is that this is all open source. Citizen-led public interest data is all open source, and in order for us to innovate our society and in order to enable our citizens to lead this effort, it has to be open source. So we stressed that open source would be the key, and we wanted to find ways where we can further leverage public data for public good. If you look at the diagram or the sequence of data activism, this is somewhat complex. So along with Seoul City and data activists, we also had people involved from Daegu as well as Daegu citizens. And we looked into, and we created a diagram and a flow chart for data activism, defining problem and how to solve that problem based on data, and also even going beyond that to collect data and verifying data to see whether the data was actually something that I was looking for. And we actually created the data set ourselves and then analyzed the data to develop solution in the process. And based on this flow chart, we proposed a data activism canvas. We created a toolkit and created project guideline and project navigator to come up with open source solution. I used the word data activism lab, but this is data activities that we're carrying out based on open source. And we also carried out training workshop for public interest data. This is one way to increase effectiveness, and we involved youth, NGOs, technology, and citizens. For all of the and also the people who have interest in data activism participated in the workshop. And what is very important here is the citizenship. When it comes to public interest data activity, it has to be led by citizens and shared by the citizens. And we have data public interest data license. We created the data public license and opened that up to the citizen. We're building the ecosystem, and we're widening this ecosystem across our citizens. And what is most important for public interest data is that it has to be open data, and we have to build that open source culture to engage in open source project. All the more important is that public interest data is not created by an individual. It's created based on crowdsourcing, and it's created by our community and our citizens. And within this, sharing and transparency is the key, and collaboration, contribution, and improvement are carried out. And these are the insights that we were able to learn through our collaboration. So the public interest data is citizens' data and data commons. And through COVID-19, as we carried out data activities, we were able to find out characteristics for public interest data. It comes down to protecting privacy, building trust, and building consistency. And we want to further reproduce this data as a public good. These key points will further be highlighted and stressed to create data with our citizens, and we want to co-create ecosystem for the public interest data with our citizens. It's something that you all can do and carry out, and we're working with you hand in hand to do that. May the open source be with you is what we have came up with, and that's what we want to achieve. And we hope that you can also join us in carrying out creating public interest data. I hope you join us next year again to carry out these series of activities together. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation. And as I listen to other presentation, I look forward to further sharing my experience after listening to my fellow panelists. Thank you.
고맙습니다. 황한미.
Thank you very much for that. So now that was activist Hwang, and then she talked about the definition of the public interest data. And then now, as I have mentioned earlier, how the public interest data got started. Then also she shared the very interesting case of the public interest data lab, and also how the experts and the citizens got together to work on the data. And then also in the end, she emphasized that open source is the way to go. So thank you very much for that. So I believe that it can serve as a keynote speech for us, and I gave her more time, but she didn't use all of it, so I believe that that leaves more time for the other panelists. So now then let me move on to the reporter, Kim Gang-min from News Tapa. I understand that he has no prepared slides, but so I give you 10 minutes, so please go ahead. Hello, good afternoon. I am Kim Gang-min from the data team of News Tapa. Now, it's a great pleasure for me to be attending this important session under the title of The Present and Future of Public Interest Data. Now, my title in English is data journalist. In other words, what I do is analyze data and write about it. And last year and this year, now at the Public Interest Data Lab by Party, I have also provided advice on the data collection, refinement, and analysis. Now then, from my team, so the data team at News Tapa, what we mostly do is producing news articles utilizing data. So it is about data journalism, and then also in the course of investigative journalism, we analyze quite a voluminous amount of data and use it for our news report coverage. So, and then also since we started this endeavor, now many readers believe that what we do is quite elegant, that we only analyze data, but then usually what we do is collecting and refining the data, and what we actually do is by no means elegant. Anyway, so what we do is deal with the data, and we also report on the data. And then, so let me just share with you how we feel, what we feel in our experience. Now, first is about the data disclosure. So now the News Tapa team, data team from the beginning disclosed our data. So usually after writing up the newspaper article, then we would also disclose the data as a CSV file format. And the purpose of this was twofold. And that is now because we worked very hard on it so that the people who are also dealing with the same issue do not have to go through the very hard work all over again. And there was another purpose to disclosing this is that now actually for us to disclose the data that we use to come up with the article, that could also be risky because, I mean, you are always worried about making mistakes. So it is also disclosing something of a weakness from our side. But then we thought that for us to make our writings more compelling, then we also needed to show that we are confident about it and also to make it possible to verify what we report on using the data that we disclose. So we believe that by doing so, we can enhance our trustworthiness. So in 2018, we had a debate about whether it is efficient to keep disclosing the data for each article and manage it. So now we decided to integrate all of them into a data portal. So we have a data portal where we integrate all the data that we use to write up our articles. So anyone who is interested can always go there and check the data. And also what we have produced that is of interest to all is about the senior officials' asset status. So you would know that from the public sites, they would disclose the senior officials' wealth status in PDF format. But then, you know, PDF format, this is not data because this is document. So in order to analyze this and also to apply filters here, then you need to convert this to spreadsheet type data format. And also for ourselves, we needed to go through this data processing in order to write articles about senior officials' wealth status, and so do other NGOs who also need to analyze them. So what we provide is so we also have a senior officials wealth status site where you can type in the name of the senior official and then look up the relevant information. And right now it is open only to our sponsoring readers, but then now starting next year we plan to fully make it public. So we are currently working on revising the site. And another thing that we are doing with our data team is data education. So we have the Newstapa Data Journalism School. This is an online school. And in the beginning, we received about 20 students offline, and we ran it around twice a year. But later on, we decided to provide more data education content to more people, so we have switched this to online. So I understand that this semester we have about 600 students. And for this project, again, just like the senior officials wealth status site, it was only open for our sponsoring readers. But then now for about a couple of semesters recently, we decided to make it fully public and also make the data available as well so that more people will be able to get the basic education about data utilization. So these are some of the activities that we have done, and now I would like to explain about what we have felt or what we have learned in the course of it. Now first is that now data education, no matter how much do it, it's never enough. You know, data has become so important these days, and data has become an important keyword, and these days they talk about deep learning quite a lot. But then now for the civil society, their ability to utilize data is not up to par with, let's say, the businesses. So whenever we provide data education, then we find that there are always those who know nothing about data. So then for us to provide this type of education and training on data to at least disseminate the basic level of knowledge about data, we believe that that is quite important. And the reason why we need to let more people know about data is that now from our side, also, for like the civil society, what is more important than data is the domain knowledge and also the interest of the individuals. So for example, from the party, the public interest data lab, so you also have the Green Book project for the children with disability. Now for this project, now in the beginning, we can see that, so for the activists, they knew little about data. They knew little about technology. So then we would let them know about the Google form and Google mapping as we went through the project. And they were very quick learners, and they were able to come up with a very good project. And this also was a project that ironically demonstrated that there was no playground for children with disability. And in the end, they were able to come up with an integrated playground for children with disability. So again, what we, people have their own domain knowledge. They have their own unique areas of interest. And for them to bring more of them, in other words, to bring and muster more knowledge and information that they have into the civil society, then we also need to equip them with data skills. And also when we look at these projects, then many projects involved converting the analog to the digital. So for example, co-op MUI was similar to that, and also the Green Project also was similar to that. Then also I'm sure that the local legislature case to be disclosed, to be discussed by the Korea Open Government Forum later on, I believe that that is also about converting the analog to the digital. So despite the fact that there has been so much digitalization, now when we engage in democratic activities, where we also keep the government in check, oftentimes we find that there is lack of data where we need to see them. And for us to track and trace that data and to collect that data, then that needs a lot of hard work. And I believe that that hard work aspect is never going to go away. So the activists who are working in this field, I believe that that is for them, for us to feel. So I hope that we can keep working on this together. The last point that I want to make is, now if we keep the mind of working together, and also especially working together for the public good, then I believe that there would always be an opportunity for us to do something bigger and something better. Now, oftentimes, the kind of data that we want is not provided in the well-processed or refined manner that we want it. So, but then that is where it gets started. So, for example, the senior officials' wealth data, and also the local legislature data as well. And let's say the politicians' political fund data is being provided by the Oh My News site. So these types of data, these important sets of data, now if they are all cleanly processed and refined and provided, then we see that some would then reutilize them. So for example, the data that is being processed and refined and provided by News Tapa, then someone else would use it for other democratic cause. And also, we also use the data provided by Oh My News on the politicians' political funds, and I understand that other organizations are doing the same. So I do hope that the more data produced and processed by the different groups and different activists will be able to be used together to create a better society. And let me end with that hope. Thank you very much. That was reporter Kim Gang-mi. Thank you very much for the presentation. And we had some technical glitches in the middle, but I ask for everyone's understanding. Now, yes, what party has conducted in terms of their projects. So yes, the reporter Kim Gangmin, he has also taken part in that project. And he also has mentioned the importance of the domain knowledge as well as the areas of interest. So the more data that we share, then we will be able to link together the different domain knowledge, and also the more data we share, then we will be able to create a better society. Thank you for that.
I would like to invite our next presenter. We have with us Joon Kim from the Center for Freedom of Information.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. My name is Joon Kim, and I work with a civil organization called the Center for Freedom of Information. Today, I would like to talk about our activities regarding data. We have carried out these activities for a couple of years, and this year we have carried out some important activities, especially around a local government council. I would like to focus my talk on how we carried out the data collection or data-based building project for local government council across the nation. To briefly talk about our center, we do see a lot of requests for information from the citizen to the government. And when there is an information request, there is a public information that is released from the government to be shared with the Korean public. And we carry out and support these activities within our center. And our key activities is to share historical data and confidential data that is also disclosed, and we help with the archiving. And this year, what we have also attempted to try is to co-create this database with the citizens. We have collected public data and shared public data for some time. And naturally, the next step for us was to share these data and disclose these data after collecting these data. And it's very difficult for us to create data on our own. So what we thought was maybe we can do this together with our fellow citizens. And we thought that there will be people who would want to engage with our effort. And with that idea in mind, we tried this project. And hence, we started this database building for the nationwide local government council members. So why we started looking into this data is that when you look at data for local government council, we don't see much data that is being disclosed to public. This year, we celebrate 30-year anniversary of the launch of the local government council. And when you look at the trend, we see the trend toward enhanced local municipal government power, and more power is distributed to local government. But then there hasn't been much data that has been shared. And the comment was that there hasn't been much surveillance and analysis on the data for local government council. And we started thinking maybe we can start with collecting these data set. And that's why we said, and we titled this headline as we've never done this before. And we would engage in collecting all the data that was scattered across the nation. Sometimes this is disclosed in the website and sometimes in the PR site, and we thought maybe we would collect these data. So this announcement was made public. This was a data activities, and as you can see, our announcement was very simple, and within just 1 week we were able to invite 31 citizens saying that they will participate in this data collection process for local government council. And we created an open chat room, and in this chat room we checked our progress and we created this data set together. The target of our project was to collect all the basic local government council data that is scattered across different municipal government. And there are top 7 local government council that we would work with to build this first set of data for local government council. And we want to leverage this data and provide this data to everyone who would like to analyze and watch over the local government council across the country. We've had 7 rounds of meeting together within our team, and we are at our final stage of completion. This process is still going on. It's not completed yet. And the data set that we created is this. First, we started creating a very detailed resume or CVs of different council members. Of course, their key profiles or CV is listed in their websites, and we have collected these data. And also, we have a system where the local government council members and we try to collect data about their current jobs alongside with their council membership. And we created a 226 registration of job that is carried out by our local council members and created that as a spreadsheet. But we were not able to create the last set of data, which is the registration of their personal asset. As our reporter Kim mentioned, every year the government official is required to disclose data, their asset. But then for local council members, local government council members, we don't see any data set or database on how they've registered their asset status. So it's not easy to turn that into a data set, and we thought we would make an attempt at it. This format is PDF because this is a government document. It is in form of PDF. And if it's in a vertical form, we will be able to work with it and fabricate it. But then the format of the file is horizontal. So only 4 or 5 was, when you look at 4 or 5 files, this is the format of the PDF in a horizontal format. So we were not able to process this data. So now we're working with therefore these 3 data set, including the penalty paid or imposed on the local government council. So we've referred to how many local councils that we have. When you look at the MOIS site, local government is overseen by MOIS, Ministry of Interior and Safety. And when I called Ministry of Interior and Safety, they said they didn't have such data or such file. So they have no information or comprehensive data on how many local government council members they have. So they don't know the total number, as well as they don't have an exhaustive list of who they are. But so we thought about how we can approach this issue, because we cannot create something from a zero base. But then the data that we relied on is a site for developing young politicians. This group is called Erase, and they had some data on local government council. So this was a somewhat latest data. It was based on February, and we referred to this data to get much data. So the importance of forward-running data is very important. And when you look at the Ministry of the Agency of Election Management, they had some data on different candidates, And we were able to combine this data as well as what we see in the local government website to come up with an aggregate data set. So when you look at the winner of the local government election data, for local government council, they often say that they cannot check the facts for us. So it was very difficult to find existing data. But then we were lucky enough to refer to the data released by Erase, the civil group that I mentioned. So we looked into different situations and we checked the progress to date to create data together. And now we have the list for local government council. But then when you look at local government council, they don't have a website, official website, but then we refer to it and we aggregated data starting from their election phase. And the details were made as this format. They had to copy and paste all the detailed data, including the detailed experience and resume of each of the council members. And going forward, what we want to do is, in order to support detailed analysis, we want to create further data to provide this data. In this process, we did get a lot of help from the developers as well as the reporter. And when we create the data set, we had a lot of questions on how to give guideline into developing this data. And we were able to learn from our predecessors, including Kang-min, our reporter from News Tapa. For this page is something we felt as an issue while preparing these data set. When you look at different sites, they have different standard for developing different websites. We sometimes see an image file when we try to look into who the council members are. And that's why we had to manually type in all the data. And some sites didn't have right security mechanism in place. And we had to connect through a secure line to access the content. So many of the public websites had this issue, and this is something that we need to improve quickly. Also, lastly, we talked about making this online. And when you look at inputting the data for each council member's job experience and background, this was all manual process. And when you look at this kind of document registered, do we have to get this data in form of paper? And all the data of template is all different by different municipal government. So at least we can standardize the template. And we can even consider this collecting these data electronically. So I think these data could be and should be created electronically. And what is fortunate is starting next year, we are going to disclose their current job and job status. But then now I have some concerns and high expectation on how they're going to disclose this data and in what format, using which template. So we have gone through much trial and error when we created this data set. And all this information is shared, and we synthesize all the challenges on a weekly basis. And if you come and visit our site, you will be able to see the kind of challenges and issues we faced as we created this data set. And this is what I have prepared, and we look forward to other panelists' presentation as well. Thank you. we have heard from Joan Kim from the Center for Freedom of Information. She shared with us her experience and trial and error in creating the data set for the members of local government council. And we would like to hear more from her during our panelist discussion.
우리 활동가님께서
Now we will move right on to the next presentation, Mr. Lee Jun-soo. Yes, hello everyone. I am from Code for Korea. My name is Lee Jun-soo. I am also a developer. Now at this session, I would like to share with you my organization, which is a little over 1 year old, and I believe that this probably is going to be a presentation that can wrap up some of the earlier presentations. Now, in the party presentation earlier, I'm sure that you heard about the public interest data. So now then, for the public data, so we actually dealt with the left-hand side, which is the public data. So the utilization to dissemination. So we were able to go through all of those phases within 1 year. So now let me first tell you about what Code for Korea is all about. Now this is a group of civic hackers, as we call them. Right now we have over 500 members. The 500 members consist of software engineers, developers, designers, planners, lawyers, and reporters, activists, and even public officials, civil servants. So for the opening of public data as well as dissemination was made possible in such a short period of time thanks to the composition of this group. So again, the so-called civic hackers, over 500 members. Now then, let me tell you about what a civic hacker is. Now, civic hacker is someone who does civic hacking. Then what is civic hacking? So let me go into that. So here I came up with the 3 keywords: tech, design, and cooperation. And civic hacking is not about each keyword, but then all of these 3 components all coming together at once, meaning that tech and design have to come together, meaning that the 2 sides have to collaborate, and then the outcome of that collaboration will be shared as an open source so that it can be disseminated. And then now the disseminated outcome can be used to resolve social issues, and it can also come up with the suggestions on how they should be used for the social good. Now then, let me tell you about how this civic hacking came about. Now, as I mentioned just now, the Code for Korea was born less than 2 years ago. So now if we go back to about 2 years ago, so I believe that that was around the end of 2019. So that was when the COVID-19 was beginning to be known. And that is when it was also starting to spread to Korea. So at that time, the activists, now we were thinking, what can we do as this infectious disease was coming upon us? So at that time, there were the information dashboards and also the contact tracing map. So there were already these applications that were in existence. And then now, at that time, Party also showed us the public, so the group to publicly respond to COVID-19. So Party introduced us to this group. So what they have done was this type of work. So in this case, we needed to make sure that the information can be shared quickly, and also the information had to be reliable, and also it had to be consistent. So we wrote up this proposal and then uploaded this on the Gwanghwamoon first. And in this proposal, what we had emphasized was this. And the key message was that we needed to open up the data in order to make such information provision possible. And this type of data was largely two types, statistical data and positional data. Statistical data was about the general information about the confirmed cases and then also where the suspected patients were at, in other words, the contact tracing. And then now the second type is positional data, so it would require the locations that would require quarantining and then also the location of the protective equipment. So we asked for these types of data in our proposal. So in this proposal, the most important aspect was this, and that all this data had to be machine readable. So we emphasized that the machine readability had to be there for this data. And we also, now what would be good about having machine readable data? I'm sure that you have also heard about this, but then again, if under the absence of data, then what you had to do was get the data in Excel format or get it into a readable type. And then also at that time, the contact tracing or the location information, that was all being done on a manual basis, and it was not fast enough in this pandemic situation, and that is why we asked the government to provide this type of data. And also so as a result of this, we were able to open up the data about the drugstores that sold masks. And this was also, so we received this not in the form of actual data, but in the form of API. And this API contained the location information about the drugstores, so we were able to get the coordinates of these drugstores. And then initially, the mask stock, so they were able to get the exact number for the stock of masks. And then, so in the end, the location data plus the stock data were combined and provided to the people. So as a result of this, over 100 apps were developed and released based on this data. And then now tomorrow in this special session entitled Recovery and Renewable from COVID-19, I'm sure that they will be discussing the mask app, because this was quite a miraculous project, and we would also be sharing with you some of the behind the scenes stories, so I hope you look forward to this. And then now, so that is how we got started with the public mask project. And then later in the year, we began with the personal safety number project. And I'm sure that this was also introduced in the session earlier, but then, so for the Code for Korea, activists and developers also worked together in order to address this issue. Now, what happened was that before we had this personal safety number, so let's say someone visited a certain location, then for the health protocol, then they would put in their information at the site. And initially, you had to put in your name as well as personal contact address. And it also caused a lot of privacy issues because some people would use that number to make personal contacts. So, it replaced that practice. So we believe that this personal safety number was also important in protecting privacy. So again, this is going to be introduced more in detail by a Code for Korea activist in the plenaries entitled Inclusive Digital Innovation. So I hope for your interest in this session as well. So then all these projects and activities. So there is also the Meet and Hack events. So this is where we share our activities and then also plan for the future, held every other week. Now in this Meet and Hack, as you can see in these images, now this is actually the first offline Meet and Hack that we have had, where we had about 20 participants. Quite meaningful because it was the first offline meet and hack that we held. And then also the most recent meet and hack. Now again, because of the spread of the new variant, we had to go back to online. And also in line with the recent trend, we did this in the metaverse town. So there we got information about the activities undertaken so far and about the future plan. So Code for Korea will be celebrating its second year soon, and with over 500 civic hackers, we were able to find solutions to many different social issues, and we will continue to do so, addressing the social issues utilizing data. So this is the website for Code for Korea, and it is open for everyone, and so please drop by anytime. So far it's been Lee Jun-soo from Code for Korea. Thank you for your attention. Alright, thank you very much. So that was activist Lee Jun-soo, and thank you very much for your promotion of Code for Korea. So yes, you will be welcoming your 2-year anniversary next year, but so you have given us a rundown of your activities of the past close to 2 years. So for example, the public mask application, all the way to the meet and hack, where the civic hackers get together. So thank you for that. And I'm sure that this will be discussed more in detail tomorrow and the next day. So I ask for your interest. Thank you.
I know you've waited for a long time, but we will now invite our last presenter. We have with us Yoon Hong, chairperson for Cooperative MUI. Please go ahead with your presentation, and when you're ready, please go ahead. Can you see my screen? Yes, we can see it clearly. Good afternoon. My name is Yoon Hong from the Cooperative MUI. MUI is coming from a Chinese character, and it means that it is meaningless. And our slogan is making disability sexier, but in Korean, literally, what we stand for is that we want to make disability meaningless in this world. The reason I started my cooperative is because of my daughter. My daughter is 16 years old, and she'll be going to high school soon, but she is on a wheelchair. And where she can access and go is very much limited because she has to travel with a wheelchair. So we hope that for wheelchair users, or even for those who have strollers and who have difficulties moving around, I wanted to expand freedom of movement for these people, and I also wanted to reduce time for studying and researching for where they can actually go and how they can travel. And Cooperative MUI's target is to collect all this information on how people can move. So wheelchair movement and destination, and we want to collect data on how they can travel to those areas, and we create maps for people with disability and who are mobility handicapped. I think I made this presentation a couple of years ago in OGP, but we created a project called Transferring Subway Lines in Seoul cities. And this map started as an initiative led by the Korean citizens, but now we leverage government data, and this government data is now laid on top of the private sector created app. And now, so from an underground, I was able to come out onto the surface, and I now build maps for roads as well, not just subways. When you look at public facilities, we do have great access, and there are a lot of data that is available. But when it comes to restaurants or private spaces like cafes, the data from these private spaces are difficult to collect because they are private data. And we're now collecting these private data, and when we collect these data, there are some challenges, and we were able to uncover some of the issues in collecting these data, and we think about how we can best solve these problems. What we have uncovered as an issue is that first, when you look at the map for wheelchair users, the research for that map is carried out extensively here in Korea. In local governments and municipal governments, citizens voluntarily create this map. So we collect data and map from local areas, and we create small map in paper form to distribute. But once this map is created in paper form, it's difficult to update, and especially because of COVID-19, many of the restaurants and self-employers are suffering. And so if restaurants do close down because of COVID-19, we need to update that information on the map, but that update is not taking place in a timely manner. So we don't want this data collection and map creation to be a one-time thing. So we wondered about how we can best update these information as they change. Also, we do not have a clear criteria to judge whether wheelchair can access that place or not. There are different types of wheelchair. There is a manual wheelchair where you have to move using your hand. There is also a motorized wheelchair. And there's also a large size wheelchair where you cannot move the wheelchair manually. And there are some wheelchairs that can go over a stair with a little help. So there are different types of wheelchair, and although we don't standardize this different criteria, what are some of the criteria that can be easily used to judge whether the wheelchair accessibility is there or not? And that's also one issue regarding information for accessibility. Also, I mentioned that I created a subway information, but subway is not something you change often and it is a public facility, so there is no frequent changes. But when you look at your local restaurants in your neighborhood, these are private data and they tend to change quickly. So creating community to update this information and to come up with consistent information within that community is something we're working toward. We did not solve all these issues, and we're now working on how to collect this information and how we can develop best criteria in judging accessibility. I said that I came from the subway to the ground this year, and we have a wheelchair squad. It's comprised of voluntary people from private sector, and we are a team of about 10 to a dozen people. Because of COVID-19, we couldn't do offline research, so we invited these researchers. What we did was we tried to survey wheelchair accessibility in subway stations in Seoul with large traffic. And we also focused on restaurants, cafe, convenience stores, and restrooms. In Korea, it's very critical to collect information about restrooms with disability spaces, people with disability. So we need to locate these restrooms where people with disability can use. Same for private space and private data as well. So why do we start with subway? Because in subway, we know for sure that there is a restroom for people with disability. So restrooms are very important, and we start with researching areas around the subway because that's where we have restrooms for people with disability, and they have to use a wheelchair, and they actually use wheelchair when they carry out research. And we have collected information for 27 regions, and as mentioned by our gentleman from Code for Korea, we are now manually inputting all these input data now on the spreadsheet. We also participated in other projects as well. We worked with the Happiness Foundation, which is a private civil group, and we're also working with LBS technology as well to standardize wheelchair accessibility information. LBS technology has a road scanner app, and using road scanner app, they share public data on accessibility for visually disabled and also for wheelchair users as well. They're collecting these data and also disclosing and sharing these data on their app. And they also carried out image analysis. So once a picture is taken, AI will make decision to tell you whether a wheelchair can access the place or not. So they're trying to create this original technology to do image scanning to see whether wheelchair is accessibility of the place. So a lot of these work are done manually, and we've carried out a lot of manual work this summer. And we started collecting accessibility data across 12 stations in Seoul. And this image data is loaded onto the LBS load scanner. This will be used starting next year. Standardized data and data criteria will be generated by LBS. As for me, I really welcome these small apps coming out, but when it comes to accessibility information, it has to be shared widely because this is public interest data. It's not just about sharing information about your neighborhood, but even if it's about your pizza place or restaurants around your neighborhood, although that's a private information, when it comes to accessibility, I think it has the characteristics of public data. So large platform providers, I think, should leverage and accommodate this data. And in that light, we work with Kakao Map, and Kakao Map is one of the top two platform provider here in Korea. And we thought about how we can add the wheelchair information as a feature. And IFO Kakao last week responded to MUI's request, and next year I believe that we will be able to share the data we collected at MUI, and you will be able to check MUI's data on Kakao Map starting next year. And through Kakao Map, as I have shown you previously, we thought about how we can see different locations within the map, and we believe we can actually begin that discussion. In the beginning, I mentioned that the wheelchair accessibility information is developed in a form of a theme. So a lot of municipal government create this kind of map. Earlier this year, I was requested by 2 municipal government to create this map. And one map was on Gangdong area in Seoul. This was an education supports map in Gangdong district. This map was created for the third grader in the area, and this was created with educational purpose to mark heritage sites and historical sites in their neighborhood. And they used the same MUI's standard to collect data for the map. As you can see, it's very graphical and it looks really nice, but the raw data is something that we manage, and the management cost is something that I need to get sponsored from. But anyway, the map was created by the Seoul Educational Agency, and we were sponsored by the Seoul Educational Agency to create this map. And we also marked historical and heritage sites in Seoul area, and we also participated in that project. The project owner is the Korea Cultural and Art Committee, and this committee is under the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. So there are many municipal government who has the point of interest information, and using that point of interest information, we can collect the data related to wheelchair accessibility. And when you work with MUI, you'll be able to find integrated data on accessibility, and we'll be able to create maps that looks like this. This is my last slide. We also see people already carrying out this kind of activities. We generate map, but we cannot do it for all the places. We're only a team of 12 people. But we do welcome establishment of organizations like MUI across the country. And if they can work with integrated guideline and open data and collect data in a standardized manner, would be great. And updating that data will be very important. And earlier this year, we were able to create a street map for Seoul National University neighborhood. Within SNU, we saw the establishment of a barrier-free organization within SNU, and MUI was involved in training the team members, and they also received our data. As you can see, they synthesized the data in a detailed manner in the spreadsheet, and I hope that this data will contribute a great deal. And in Seoul City, they created data for stairs. So creating stair information with Seoul citizens. And when you create this kind of grassroots information, even if you go through a lot of manual or recklessly and endless manual process, you end up with a lot of helpful information. That's something that MUI is working toward for. And if there are municipal government who wants to create map based on different themes, and if there are any private sector players who wants to create this kind of map, please reach out to us through our contact information on our website. And this is end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. Thank you. You talked about the map and information for people with disability, and you're carrying out projects to create maps for wheelchair accessibility, and you're also providing and working with map providers from the private sector as well. Thank you for sharing your cases and your story. And we have with us about 15 minutes with us. So we had a lot of great presentations, so I was able to extend some time so that we can fully hear your presentation. But we will shorten our discussion to 15 minutes and conclude our session. And before we go into the discussion, let me just summarize what has been discussed. So we talked about two main areas in data. First was on mass inventory data and accessibility data, or data for mobility disability. And we also talked about information disclosure regarding transparency. So I guess there are two activities going on regarding data sharing and data interest, public interest data. Also, we can split this phase into phase 1 and phase 2. And it seems that we are in phase 1. And in phase 1, it's about making data machine readable and making that data up to date and collecting that data. And Code for Korea and Civic hackers are actually leveraging these data today, but for civil societies, we still have a way to go. So I think we're at 1.5 phase at the moment. In phase 1, it seems that you're making a lot of efforts and you're facing many challenges. So to summarize, it seems that when you look at where we are, we are at this phase when it comes to public interest data. So in the next 15 minutes, let's talk about the future. What should we do as a next step? And with that, we will conclude our session. Today, we heard two words most extensively: manual. A lot of manual work is what we heard. And another word that I heard the most was, I don't remember the word, but I think it was a word that was generated from a Japanese word. But it seems that we are looking into data manually extensively. So creating data that our citizens want and managing that data and making that data sustainable, and having that closed loop of data, thus building robust governance, is important. So all of you are doing a lot of work in your own field, but it seems that we don't have that central place where we can hold all of these together. And also, Ms. Hong mentioned that we also have a budget issue. So we need budget and time to carry this out. So how can we best solve this problem? And you can share with us the challenges you've faced, or you can also recommend ways for us to better cooperate with one another, or it could also be a policy recommendation as well. So we will start with Ms. Hong. So we'll go reversely, but Ms. Hong, maybe you can start with what to do going forward. You talked about the case with the Seoul city government. So how can we make this sustainable? And you also shared with us your experience in working with the private sector. So if you can briefly talk about that, that would be great.
All right, now then, yes, for the city of Seoul, yes, the Seoul city government. So it's actually not the transport authority, but then there is the Seoul Metropolitan Government Map Project team. So from this team, we received the raw data in order to make our map. And ultimately, as I mentioned earlier, for private citizens to produce a map on public organizations, that itself sounds a bit absurd. But then on the other hand, people didn't feel the need for it. And then also in the case of the Seoul Metropolitan Government, in terms of the subway, there are 6 different operators. And half of them are actually working under the, not under the Seoul government, but then the central governments under the Ministry of Transport. So collaboration was not really there. So there was the private sector's need to perhaps kind of force collaboration among them. So we were able to, I guess, wrestle that from them by making them collaborate. So yes, perhaps it was produced from the private sector, but then our goal from this project was to have it managed by the public side. So it was for that purpose that we received quite a lot of help from the Seoul Metropolitan Government OGP. And what we were looking for was the data, the private sector data. And actually the public interest data is, I would say that it is quite broadly available. And also even for this type of data, perhaps we could place them together, put them together in a file format. And of course, Attorney at Law, Mr. Park, you're also working hard on this. But then for the barrier-free certified buildings, so there is also data on this as well, the barrier-free certified buildings nationwide. So the government is also, providing the certification, and they're also getting the data. But then they don't really disclose this data to the public. So if we are to look up this data, then where do we have to go? So that is also a big question. So I hope that that type of information can also be shared. So at least let us know where that data is collected. And then also for the data from the private operators, then perhaps I believe that we would have to work together with the large app companies in the private sector. So for example, Google Map, now they are also doing something similar. So they also have a function where it allows the ordinary users to enter information about the accessibility. And it's not just for anyone to enter, but they also have the verification process. So this type of data making and also map making, it actually is quite a lot of work. And so it is the type of data that is quite costly because, you know, as I mentioned earlier, for like wheelchair accessibility, it also is different depending on who uses it. So again, I mean, it is data that is very hard to produce, hard to come by. So perhaps it can be produced from the private sector, but I do hope that it can be managed or supported by the public sector. But I don't know how it can be, you know, publicly supported. But I hope that perhaps the people with such needs can get together next year and perhaps create something like an NGO. And then perhaps for the businesses, it could also be an opportunity for the businesses interested in CSR activities to invest or, you know, make donations to it as well. So those who are interested, then please come join us. Okay, thank you very much. Then now, in order to address these issues, then the OGP and also the Open Data Forum. So there is also this is a forum between the public and the private sector. So I do believe that perhaps next year we will be able to really discuss this issue in earnest.
있으신데 그런
So Junsu, you have also worked with the government. So how did you collaborate with the government? What kind of structure should we devise to work with the government? Can you briefly talk about how we can best work with the government? Any recommendation? Maybe I can talk with a focus on public data. When it comes to Korea, we do have a law on public data. So we are very aggressive and active in disclosing this public data. But the problem of this disclosing data is that the data disclosing is done by the frontline civil workers in local government. So they're not used to creating and disclosing and sharing these data. Once they're shared in the public data portal, once it's shared, there are a lot of data and many but then they don't have category or different variations. So these data are very difficult to leverage and use. And how should create public data? And that kind of training is something that we need desperately in the field. So in the Open Data Forum, we need to involve civil servants who are actually working with this open public data. So if they can participate to get the training and to hear about how they can manage and use this data, run this data is very important. And on the private sector side, not so long ago, we discussed about information regarding taxi. In Seoul City, we have what we call T-Money platform to use the information about taxi users' information. So how Seoul citizens use taxis are very important information, but because it's held and owned by the private sector, it's very difficult to get that information. So if we can build a coordination committee where we can access the data for taxi users in Seoul City, that would be great. With that data provision, I think we can move from phase 1 level to phase 2 going forward. Thank you.
공공 데이터의 품질이나
So the data quality and the issue of the public data was mentioned. So we need a forum where the private sector meet with the public sector as well. And now I would like to invite Eunmi Hwang or Kangmin Kim. It could be either one of you. It would be great if you can best answer that. We talked about the disability-friendly playground in Gangseo District, and this was built in coordination with the local government at the time, according to Eunmi Hwang. So how can we best build that collaboration structure with the public institution? I think either one of you can talk about this. Anyone want to go first?
네, 서로 미루시는 것 같아서 그러면
So I see that you are passing the buck, so let me then ask Ms. Huang to go first. All right then, yes, what Attorney at Law Park has mentioned earlier, so phase 1 and 2. And I would say that what phase 1.5 does is the Green Book project. So you produce the data, and then also between our data and the public data, they converge them to come up with unique data set. And then they also visualize this and also identify the issues and also to address the issues. So that was the Green Book project, which was the map for disability-friendly playgrounds. So I believe that now this type of like labeling or others, now they are usually done on a commercial purpose, but then this type of Green Book project, now all these data, you know, for example, also the Civic hackers, now what they identified, this is all public interest data. And I believe that it is necessary to identify all this data so that we can also create an ecosystem. So perhaps there can be a support for this as well. And then also like the standardized format and also the spreadsheet. So I just wanted to emphasize that we can, you know, utilize this data fully, utilizing just spreadsheet. So I do hope that we can create a platform where we can archive all this type of data together. So that is all. And then I would like to then pass on to Mr. Kim.
저도
Yes, I have looked into that case and I was very impressed. And I've already shared my thought, and Eunmi did emphasize that once again, but if I may, I want to add one more thing. As for that project, it was all the more meaningful and impressive because we were able to find the right size. If we try to do this on a playground for nationwide playground, we wouldn't be able to create this granular level of information, and we will not have been able to create meaningful change. So I think we did very well in right sizing this project. And I say this with a big if, and if we were to do this, if we can discuss this with the municipal government once again before we started, I think that could also have been a good idea as well.
Right, so for the local governments, now if the citizens are given the right and also we have clear roles and responsibilities to produce the data and so that the data can be reflected into the policy making. So I believe that that was a comment about creating such a virtuous cycle. Now the time is almost up, and I believe that Mr. Kim would have more to say about this type of data as well as open source. And actually on Friday, activist Huang will be delivering a similar presentation on that regarding the open source. So I believe that you will have another chance to share the information. So that is, I believe that that marks the end of our session under the topic of the present and future of public interest data. I believe that a lot of things have been left unsaid. I'm sorry that I was not able to give you more time, but you do plan to create more of these sessions through the OGP, so I ask for your continued interest and support. And with that, I conclude this session. Thank you very much, everyone, for your attention.